Please let the House come to order this morning. Stand as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Hines, Representative Gibbs, and then remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. And after our Pledge of Allegiance, we've got a special treat with our national anthem. So, gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My pastor, who would accompany me, Reverend R.K. Moore of Stronger Hope Baptist Church, recently lost his brother and his sister, who were both battling cancer, who lived in different states on the exact same day this week. And I'm asking the chamber to please put him in your prayers, not only for today, but for the remainder of this week, and pray for my community in District 72. Will you please bow your heads? Most gracious and heavenly Father, we come to you asking you to bless us as leaders in the state of Mississippi. Give us the strength, the knowledge, and the aptitude to make the best decisions on behalf of our districts and the future of the state of Mississippi. Lord, I ask you to bless House leadership, bless all of our leadership, and make sure that we come in here every single day with the people at the top of our priority list. These and all other blessings I ask in your Son Jesus' name, and I pray, amen. Amen. Attention, salute, pledge.
All right, I would direct y'all's attention to our North Gallery. We have the Holmes County Central Choir, or singers. Let me get their stuff up. This is a very special group. They have traveled throughout the country. After a long time without a choral group at our school in Holmes County, in 2018, they started this group back competing. They are under the direction of Mr. Pedro Galeon. He's Director of Choral and Vocal Arts at Holmes County School District. Since their very first competition, they have consistently received excellent and superior ratings at all levels and competitions. They competed nationally at the World Strides Choral Festival in Atlanta, won second place in 2 out of 3 categories. They also received an invitation to perform in New York City at Carnegie Hall, and due to their hard work, they made that trip, and they performed, debuting newly commissioned repertoire in April of 2023. And now they are currently endeavoring to travel to the Choirs of America Honors Festival in Anaheim, California later this month, March 26th through 30th. And your support is needed, welcomed, and appreciated in that endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this morning the award-winning Holmes County Central Singers. Welcome. Outstanding. So good to have y'all here today. Thank you for making the effort and being with us. Good luck on your trip to California. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Tell him we'll work down to there. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my pleasure to welcome back my personal and favorite pediatrician of all the pediatricians, and really my primary care physician, because she's the first call I make with any sniffle or ache or whatever. Dr. Anita Henderson from Hattiesburg, a pediatrician with Hattiesburg Clinic, my dear friend, and she will fight you for babies and children, so look out. She's serving as our doctor of the day, so y'all please help me welcome her back to the Capitol.
Welcome, Doc. Good to have you. All right, I have some guests in the South Gallery I'd like to draw y'all's attention to. We have a group of fourth graders from Christ Covenant School in Ridgeland. They are here with some of their parents and teachers, and main one being Miss Maggie Hendricks is one of their fourth grade teachers. She babysat my kids when they were growing up in the big city of West. She's from West, right up the street from me, so I want to welcome them to the Capitol today. They're touring and learning all about what we're doing, so welcome. We have one more special guest who I believe is in the Senate right now, so we will go to the calendar. Chairman of the Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the rules calendar, I would like to take up item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4 in block.
Gentleman's requesting to take up the first 4 items. Those are all House concurrent resolutions. I'll give the body just a minute to look through those 4. If no one wishes to have any of those 4 set aside, we will take those up in block. All right. Seeing no one wishing to set one aside, you want to call those up, gentlemen?
Yes, call those up in block.
All right. Gentleman moves final adoption. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
I would like to go to items 5 through 14, and then items 27 through 31, and call those up in block.
All right, those are all House resolutions. I'll give the membership just a quick chance to look at those resolutions. See if any member wishes to set any of these aside. All right, I don't see anyone seeking recognition. These are items 5 through 14. and 27 through 31. These are all House resolutions. Question occurs on the adoption of these resolutions. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Anything else, gentlemen?
Last thing, I would like to go to item 15 through item 26 and call those up in block.
Items 15 through 26 are all Senate concurrent resolutions. I'll give the membership a quick second to look through those, see if you'd like to have any of those set aside. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Hornis.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to set aside item number 20.
Item number 20. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I'll give. You move final passage, gentlemen.
Yes.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
I would just like immediate release.
Gentlemen request immediate release on these items. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Introduction.
Yes, sir.
In the South Gallery today, we have a group with adult education represented by MAACE members and students from around the state, led by Miss Browyn Robinson, who I believe is from West Mississippi. Adult education is responsible for helping those achieve their high school equivalency by earning their GED or HiSET and helping students earn credentials and certificates to enter the workforce. Y'all please stand and let us make you welcome.
Welcome. She is from West, gentlemen. You just can't get away from West. It's hard to get away from there. We're proud of the work she and these ladies are all doing. Thank y'all for being here at your capital today. Lady from Forest, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another group in the South Gallery today. It is the Mississippi chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Early Childhood Development Coalition, which we're very proud to have with us today. I also have to point out Dr. Randy Henderson, who is my other great friend, the calmer half of Dr. Anita Henderson, who is a neonatologist and serves tiny little babies in the Hattiesburg and Gulfport area. And so appreciate all you do, Randy, and all of you for being here with us today. Please make them welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
I have my niece, Miss Aniston McKelvin, sitting at my desk today. She's doing a way better job of voting, so she may just stay. You know,
very good.
Y'all may rather have her. And her mom, Miss Elisa McKelvin, she's up in the
Welcome to you both. Good to have you, young lady. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, introduction, if I may.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues and members of the House, I would like to please help me make welcome in the South Gallery, the Geyser family. We have Nick, Kelly, Mary Beth, and Catherine. And Mr. Speaker, Mary Beth is actually competing for the Miss Mississippi teen, and we have no doubt that I think she's going to be able to win that competition and bring home the title. So help me make them welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you here. All right, we will return to the calendar. Appropriations. He passes. Ways and Means. He passes. That brings us to the general calendar. Gentleman from Rankin, number 1. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd go to item 1, Senate Bill 2078, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask you to recognize the gentleman from Lauderdale to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lauderdale is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Senate Bill 2078, State Board of Funeral Service. We're extending the repealer to July 1st of 2029, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I thought this bill was dead.
It's still alive for the moment.
Are we going to bury it?
It depends on what happens in conference.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move to final passage.
He moves to final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2086 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. This is our real estate brokers. We're deleting the repealer on certain authorized fees, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 3, Senate Bill 2423, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes 3 major changes to the Mississippi Real Estate Commission rules and regulation. Number 1, it sets a requirement to update licensees via email 5 business days before the effective date of a change in their license status. That's line 100. Number 2, it changes the standard of proof of complaint hearings from preponderance of the evidence to clear and convincing. That's on line 127 and 186. And finally, it adds a timeline to ensure that hearings are conducted in a timely manner. The timeline adds a 1-year period in which certain deadlines must be met, lines 194 through 211. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to item 4, Senate Bill 2451, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
This is the same bill we have passed previously, the Mississippi Principal and Income Act. Whenever there is a settlement of 20% of the total assets, if the money is received in partial liquidation, a portion of the receipt allocated to principal will be allocated to income in order for them to pay the taxes. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, will you help me make welcome the state game winners? We have Rowdy Briscoe. He's the Youth Athlete of the Year. We have J.C. Collins, the Female Athlete of the Year. Scott Gray, the Male Athlete of the Year, who happens to be my insurance agent. Please help me congratulate them. Thank you.
Welcome. We are down to item 5, tourism. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Mr. Speaker, request to skip and hold his place on the calendar, please, sir.
All right. Marine resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 6, Senate Bill 2003. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
The young gentleman from Jackson.
Junior gentleman from Jackson is recognized to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is it's actually the same as the House bill that we sent over to them unanimously. This is the updating numbering requirements bill for voter registration. The Department of Wildlife gets about $1.5 million a year to administer this program, but it's got to align with the National Coast Guard regulations, so we're updating the language to do that. And I yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Is everyone voted? Is everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 7, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Senate Bill 2263. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee amendment.
Yes, sir. I have a strike off.
All right. You are recognized to explain the strike off.
All we did with this bill was add a reverse repealer in it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike off?
Final passage.
I don't see any. Hold on one second. Question occurs on the adoption of the strike all amendment. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Down to item 8 in public property. Gentleman from Harrison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 8 on the calendar, Senate Bill 2297, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We yield to the gentleman from Harrison to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2297 comes at the request of the Governor's Office in collaboration with the Department of Defense. It is to do with the Mississippi Cyber and Technology Center, which is being built on the wire of Keesler Air Force Base, which is basically on the line. This bill will establish concurrent jurisdiction between our federal and state governments and allow for existing law to be concurrent jurisdiction over lands acquired by the U.S. government in conjunction with the state. And that concludes an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I see several names. Y'all maybe lady from Jones, Miss Scott, on the bill. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gladly.
Okay, gentlemen, you went kind of fast on this. Now, will Mississippi ultimately, if something were to in fact change, this land, explain how this...
Sure, I can go through the process.
Thank you.
So basically, the Mississippi Cyber and Technology Center is going to be built on a lease with what's called an enhanced use lease agreement, which is, there's only a few in the whole nation, so we're privileged to be a part of, and it will allow for our state to build a 100,000 square foot cyber center on this land, and we will be leasing it. What this bill does again is establishes if there's a criminal act or emergency on the property, that the state can respond to it even though it's federal land that we're leasing.
Okay, so it's federal land.
It is federal land.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Supervisor Eford Eubanks, District 4 Supervisor Wayne Barrow, and a good friend of mine from George County, Mr. Darrell Hurt Jr. Make them welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, we'll return to the calendar. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 9, Senate Bill 2303, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We yield to the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will take a piece of property that the Department of Public Safety is using right now that belongs to the Madison Development Authority and transfer it from the Madison Development Authority to the Department of Public Safety. There's the Highway Patrol and Department of Public Safety is using this building extensively, and it just makes sense to transfer it. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you. So currently they're paying rent now to Madison County or the Development Authority, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's going to take their rent away?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, with
yes.
Unanimous consent, I'd like to get that bill released, please.
Did you say immediate release?
Immediate release.
Is there objections?
And on the other bill too.
I hear no objection. We'll follow that procedure. Thank you. Recognize the Chairman of Apportionment and Elections. Gentleman from Covington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to skip down to item number 79.
All right. Is there objection to that?
Ask to call up that resolution.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate's redistricting bill. As you know, the federal court ordered them to redraw a new majority-minority district in DeSoto County as well as in Hattiesburg, and this is their effort to do so. The new majority-minority district in DeSoto County would have a AP BVAP of 50.92. And before I go any further, you should have passed out this here, which is a close-up map of the Pine Belt and DeSoto County of the new proposed lines, as well as more information, so you can follow along on there. The new majority-minority district based in Hattiesburg would reach partially into Forest County as well, would have an AP BVAP of 51 0.24. In addition, the redrawing in DeSoto County has paired two senators, Senator McClendon and Senator Jackson, in a new District 1, which would have an AP BVAP of 52.46, leaving the new majority-minority district without an incumbent. It affects 5 districts in DeSoto County area and 5 districts in the Pine Belt. It would also follow the same election schedule that was in our bill, which is qualifying in May, primaries in August, and a general election in November. And that is a description of the resolution, and I will yield for questions.
Questions on the resolution? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak on the bill at the proper time.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Kincaid.
Gentlemen, do you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at this Senate map and as it affects the centers in DeSoto County, and it's visible to me that this district map touches 5 counties. Is that correct?
5 districts?
5 districts.
Yes,
yeah, 5,
that's right.
Yeah, so, you know, I looked how egregious this block in yellow is, the one that McClendon is currently serving, yet I don't think we've altered the other 2 senators at all. Is that correct?
Their districts are altered in some way, but probably not nearly as significantly as...
Well, the significance of what we're talking about is BVAP.
That's correct.
So what is the projected BVAP of that district, that new McClendon district?
It would be 52.46.
And then Senator Parker and Senator Blackwell, do you have their BVAP?
Do you know those district numbers? I
don't off the top of my head, I don't.
It's not be 19 and 2, and that would be District 2 would be 25, 19 would be 24.
Right. So it didn't change much.
No, sir.
They probably reduced some. So with this current map, it just seems to me, and as well as the uproar we're getting, and I'll speak for the delegation on this, we're getting a lot of input from home that said this is not acceptable. We've got opening ourselves up to possible legislative representation from, you know, geographically a long way away. I'm not speaking to the BVAP issue, it's just Hernando has historically been the legislative Senate chair for that area. And now we're going to go all the way to Coahoma County. So I think that's just way too big a bite. And I'm going to be on record that I can't approve it.
And gentlemen, and as you know, and I didn't mention this earlier, but the federal court has to approve these and before they go into effect. And it's entirely possible that they don't approve this map because they do look at things like compactness and things like communities of interest being kept together, and there are a lot of factors that they'll look at. So it's entirely possible that this map is not approved by the federal court, and the federal court may draw its own map. They could certainly do that.
In that case, I don't agree with I agree with the federal court. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
See no further questions from DeSoto County. Mr. Eubanks, you wanted to speak on the bill? Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, brothers and sisters, I appreciate you lending me your ear. I know a lot of you guys have been getting calls from folks in DeSoto County and Tate County and even in the Delta that's part of this district that's in question, and you're wondering what's the big deal. When I ran for office back in 2015, I had no idea about the level of diversity in our state. But after getting elected, I've come to love the state. I love the diversity, but I also realized that there are distinct regions of the state. I was introduced to the Gulf Coast. I mean, they're kind of their own little thing, and the Pine Belt. I kind of knew the Delta because I live right there on the bluff, right there where the North Mississippi meets the Delta. And I know the reason that we're in this situation is because of race, but the concerns of DeSoto County and Tate County isn't because of race. What I mean by that is this: my district is different than my fellow representatives from DeSoto County. My county's different from your county. We all represent a diverse set of standards and issues and needs and problems across this state. And here's the general concern that our county has, is that if you look at the map, it takes the heart of DeSoto County, our county seat, and then it drops it into a district that goes down 4 counties into the Delta. Now, here's the problem. The needs and the problems of DeSoto County are unique to DeSoto County, and the needs of the Delta and the problems of the Delta are unique to the Delta. Many of you guys know that DeSoto County has been the fastest growing county for the last multiple decades, and with that comes a nightmare of infrastructure needs and problems, and that's a good thing. DeSoto County is an economic engine for the state. We generate around 8 to 9% of the state's revenues. And so the fear is on both sides, this door swings both sides, is that if let's say this district, somebody down further into that district gets elected, DeSoto County is worried that it won't get the representation it wants. And if somebody gets elected in DeSoto County, the Delta's worried that it won't get the representation that it wants and needs. There is a big difference between a Hernando and a Crowder. And so that has been the concern. I wanted you to be aware of it, to know that that's what the issue is, and that's the problem that we have with the map in its current state. It's not a race issue. DeSoto County is a very diverse county. 40% of our county is minority. The people that are moving into our county is everybody. It looks like Mississippi. But the needs and the problems of our county are specific to our county. And so that is where we're at, and that's why some of us are voting no.
Real quick, I want to tell you something. DeSoto County is not the only county that's adversely affected. Mine is. And I'm fixing to vote no on this bill, and I want you to know why. My county has been whole for about, 10 years now, I guess, and before that we were never whole. They finally put us back together. This bill is going to split us right down the middle, split my city right down the middle, and I contacted the leadership on the other end of the building. And I said, look, I'm hearing that y'all are going to split my county, split my city in half. And I want you to know I have a problem with that, and I'm the one expected to carry this across the finish line on the other end of the building. They had no interest in talking to me. They had no interest in hearing my concerns about my county whatsoever. And I'm the one expected to present it. Now that is a lack of professional courtesy, and it's a lack of personal respect to me. But here we are. I'm fixing to vote against this bill. You vote how you want to vote. We have to pass theirs to pass ours, apparently. But there's a reason we call each other gentlemen and they don't. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move adoption.
Gentlemen, the lady from DeSoto, she yields. All right. Gentleman yields the podium. I see no one else wishing to speak. Question occurs with the adoption of Joint Resolution 202. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 68 yeas, 49 nays, the resolution is adopted. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A group I introduced earlier, there are now 5 more people in the South Gallery I wanted to introduce in adult education. They are from Rankin County, and they are those that help adults earn their high school equivalency by earning their GED. I'd like to ask them to stand and be recognized at this time. maybe they've already gone.
No, we got a few up there.
All right, I can't see.
Welcome, welcome. Good to have y'all here.
Still have another one to do.
Gentlemen from Lee, before we move to the next item, I believe the chairman, our special guests are in both galleries. We're going to recognize the gentleman from Rankin for purposes of recognizing them. Chairman of the Rules, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North and South Gallery, along with Representative Gibbs, we have the West Point High School football team, and we are commending them upon winning the MHSAA Class 5A State Championship. So let's all give them a big round of applause.
I can add to it, gentlemen. The only thing more ferocious than seeing this football team on the football field is if you go to their social media sometime and see some of their weight room workouts, they are ferocious. Congratulations, guys, on a great year. You represent your team, your school, your families, and your community very well, and you're to be commended for representing our state very well. Congratulations on an awesome season, coaches. Congrats. All right, gentlemen from Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 13, Senate Bill 2495, and make the usual motions.
All right, gentleman calls up the bill, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
All right, thank you. This is the Senate version of the Mississippi Credit Availability Act that we had already passed earlier this session. What this does is it extends the repealer to 2030, and also it increases the max loan amount to $32.50 with an annual CPI index increase. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 113 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
All right, I'd like to call item number 14, Senate Bill 2508. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. This is also another Senate version of a House bill that we passed earlier this session. This is a mortgage broker and lender kind of modernization bill. What it does, it allows independent contractors to be eligible for mortgage loan originator's license, and also it allows some of these mortgage brokers to work from home and that remotely, and that's an explanation of the bill. Take any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Recognize the gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 15, Senate Bill 2691. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we passed earlier on the House bill version, and all it does is clean up some language from 2019 when the state of Mississippi made it 21 years old to buy tobacco products. There were some sections that remained at 18. This cleans that up, making us consistent, being 21 across the board. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any questions. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Today is Children's Health Awareness Capital Day, and joining us in both galleries, we have the Mississippi Early Childhood Development Coalition, as well as members of the Child Health Development Fellows from UMMC. If you would help make them welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Lady from Panola, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to help me make welcome some distinguished guests from North Mississippi. We have Ms. Cobbins-Forrest, we have Ms. Gates, and Ms. Hammond. They're all with the Little Saints group in North Mississippi, and they are part of that Children Development Coalition. We welcome you to your capital. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
I know I've used up all my introductions, but in the South Gallery, I'd like you to help me make welcome the Marriage and Family Therapy Association Board, sitting up there with Ms. Serena Flowers. Would y'all stand up, please, and let us make you welcome.
Welcome. All right, we'll return to the calendar, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 16, Senate Bill 2695. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Hines to explain the bill.
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2695 is the House version of our massage therapist bill. This bill addresses the requirements pertaining to massage therapy services that are established, and the only thing Senate Bill 2695 does is extends the repealer until 2029, and that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 17, Senate Bill 2697, and call up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Pike to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Pike is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill, lost my place, 2697 is basically the Senate version of House Bill 671, where it extends the reimbursement period for hospitals that incurred expenses during COVID. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pass on item 18 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar, please.
All right. We will do that. Conservation and Water Resources. Gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to, I don't know what item that is, 19, I think.
Yes, sir.
Senate Bill 2250, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2250 does two things. It removes conflicts between language between the DEQ and the EPA about regulatory definitions and the training for certification for asbestos cleanup. That's all it does. It brings that language in line with the EPA language. If there are no questions, I'll move final passage.
You yield for questions, gentlemen?
I do.
Gentleman from DeSoto, you recognize.
Introduction out of order.
Hold that thought. I don't see any questions.
Move
Gentlemen,
final
you yield final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Universities and colleges. Oh, let me go back to the gentleman from DeSoto. He has an introduction. You recognize?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, I would be remiss if I did not introduce my cousin in the North Gallery, Desiree States, making her way down to the Capitol. Please stand up and make her feel welcome.
Welcome to the Capitol. Universities and colleges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 20, Senate Bill 2216, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. You are recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we passed several weeks ago, and basically it just goes to remove the repealer and allows the law authorizing the Board of Trustees of state institutions of higher learning to administer certain construction and maintenance projects. And that concludes my explanation of the bill, sir.
Gentlemen, you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm recognized the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, sir. Basically what it does is we're going to remove the repealer. The short title, and I'll get to that in just a second, but the short title says extend, but we're removing the repealer that gives the ability for the institutions of higher learning to administer certain construction and maintenance projects.
Okay, so does that mean that they're only allowing certain maintenance and construction projects for Ole Miss and Mississippi State and USM?
No, sir. This is for all institutions of higher learning.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Madam Clerk, open the machine. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, you're still recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if it's okay with you, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change in the short title where it says extend repealer to remove the repealer. In the long title, I'm sorry.
No objection. We'll do that. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Item number 21, Senate Bill 2518. I would like to skip over it and for it to retain its place on the calendar, please.
We'll do that. Go ahead.
And I'd like to bring up item number 22, Senate Bill 2519.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill and considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All those opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to introduce the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill.
Gentlemen, you're
Chairman, Mr. Speaker,
recognized.
we do have a strike all.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a strike all on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're going to take up, you're recognized to explain the strike off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that we passed earlier in the session about the public-private partnerships for the University of Mississippi to be able to enter into contract agreements with private developers to build dorms, parking lots, such. The strike-all is the same language we had. The strike-all is simply some clerical errors that were left out in the drafting of the bill. That's an explanation of the strike-all and an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Thank you. Okay. Gentlemen, you yield for question?
I do.
Mr. Brown of Hines, you're recognized.
Thank you so kindly there, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Will this particular bill apply to the other higher educational institutions we have in this state, or will it just be exclusively a privilege for Mississippi, University of Mississippi?
This particular bill deals with the University of Mississippi exclusively.
Any reason why?
This is just, this one deals with the university exclusively. They've got their coordinates marked out. They've got their projects selected. So this particular bill is simply
Could the other schools come in later and get the same privilege?
Could you repeat that question?
Could the other universities come in and get the same privilege?
If they'd like to submit a bill, certainly so.
Thank you.
We have Mr. From Hines County, Mr. Bell, if you've got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you
yes, sir.
And I really appreciate this bill, but I have an issue with not the University of Mississippi, but with IHL. And I'm sure you're not of knowledge of this, but Jackson State University was granted an opportunity to purchase a property downtown Jackson, the Marriott. And it's my understanding that IHL is holding that up because it's Jackson State University. So my issue is, and you opened the door when Representative Brown from Hines asked could any other university file a bill and have this same privilege granted. I submit to you that that's not true. So would you be welcome to a friendly amendment to allow Jackson State to be a part of this?
I don't want any amendments on this bill. We have the other bill that whenever the chairman's ready to bring it out, we can certainly bring it out and amendments can be placed on that one. I have no problem with
Appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Mr. Hines, Washington County, if you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Of course.
I've heard you kind of mumbled when you was answering the gentleman from Hines' question. Is that what the other bill does, gives the same particulars to the other universities?
As we told you earlier, that is the general P3 bill that would be open for amendments for other universities, yes.
Okay. So if that is a general P3 bill for every university, then why does Ole Miss need an exclusive piece of legislation?
Again, they had their coordinates already marked, and so we ran the bill earlier and submitted to you that we would come back with the general bill for other universities if they wanted to get onto it, but this one was their coordinates and their projects were already marked, so we're doing a piece of legislation for the University of Mississippi.
Okay. Gentlemen, you and I have had, would you not agree with me, you and I have had discussions about this. In fact, we had a piece of legislation tied together last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe I'm just being a little vague in my thought process, but it appears that one institution, and I'm not saying that is, but it's just the appearance, you know, and you would agree in the body perception is sometimes reality, but it appears that we're just giving a little difference to Ole Miss compared to the other school. I just want you to know that's the appearance. Would you not agree with that?
No, I don't agree. If other university wants to drop a bill that does the same thing, by all means, please do so.
See no further questions. The question occurs on the strike all. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
That's an explanation. Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 102 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 23, Senate Bill 2525. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All those opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is again a bill that we voted on a couple of weeks ago. This is a bill that from the Cosmetology and Barbering Board, last year we combined the two boards to make them one unanimous board, and basically this law just conforms to that to establish the new board for them to make the rules and regulations for the new organization. That concludes my explanation, sir.
Gentlemen, you have questions?
Yes, sir.
The lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I want to introduce 5th graders. Y'all stand from Brookhaven Academy. Please make them welcome.
Welcome to the Capitol. Jones County, Ms. Scott, you have a question?
Well, the gentleman from Jones, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the technical amendments other than, can you tell us what those are?
It will be left up to the board, the new board to make those amendments, but all this does is establish the new board to conform to the law that we passed last year.
Okay, so are we expanding this board? As you know, gentlemen, I think you would agree, if my good friend were here, Mr. Raymond, the late Mr. Raymond Cummings, he always told us if there's one thing you need to do is not mess with the cosmetologists and the barbers, because they cut hair and fix hair all day long and talk about you. So we don't want them talking about us. Are we giving these people any extraordinary authority to do anything that will hurt our cosmetologists or our barbers at this point?
No, ma'am. The previous law, last year we combined the two boards, the barber board and cosmetology, and all we're doing is changing to allow that a new name so that they're under one board.
And so no additional anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No further questions.
No further questions. Move final passage. Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I'd like to move down to item number 93, Senate Bill 25.
93?
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 2526.
Any objection? You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
I'd like to call on the gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Harrison.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2526 will allow a non-resident military veteran and their dependents to attend a college or university in our state without having to pay out-of-state tuition. The bill allows them to attend one of our colleges. So this is a strike-all amendment. So I'll start over. It's a strike-all amendment that allows a non-resident military veteran and their dependents to attend a college or university in our state without having to pay out-of-state tuition. It'll allow them to pay the same tuition rate paid by a resident student, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Gentlemen, that's an explanation of strike-all.
Yes, sir. Strike off.
Okay, any questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, we're back on the bill.
Now,
You want to move final passage?
So I explain it again?
Gentlemen,
Okay, for the third time.
move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Okay. Public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 24, Senate Bill 2368.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a companion bill from the Senate to do our pipeline safety standards. This is the bill that raises our fine structure up to the federal minimum so that the state can take back over the inspections of the pipelines. I'll yield for any questions.
That's an explanation?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Drug policy. Drug policy. Did she punch her button?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pass and retain its place on the calendar.
We will do that. Youth and Family Affairs. Pass. Workforce Development. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 28, Senate Bill 2285, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just allows MDES to do background checks on their future employees and any contractor that's working for them in compliance with the Internal Revenue Service, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions. Gentlemen, you move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 29, Senate Bill 2286. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just moves the reporting date to September the 30th of the previous year, and that's the explanation of the bill. Move final passage if no questions.
I don't see any questions. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 30, Senate Bill 2289, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee amendment.
Go ahead. Explain your amendment.
The amendment changed the word from shall to may, and the word from permission to guidance. And that just allows the state agencies to collaborate with the Department of State Personnel Board to decide who gets to do work from home policies. And that's an explanation of the bill and the amendment.
Okay, we have some questions. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Ms. Curry from Lincoln County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So, you know, I'm always worried about when you change shall to may, because that means nobody deals with it. And we did that on our workforce when we said, if you move from another state, you can get a license, and we changed it from shall to may, and now nobody gets a license that comes into the state. So what you're saying now, and I want to be able to understand, you're saying that we told them all to come back to work, there's no COVID, you don't need to work from home, you need to be productive and come back to work, and now we're changing it to may?
No, ma'am, this is new. It's a new bill total. We didn't have any bill that dealt with work from home policy at all. The Senate sent this bill over, and they had the word shall, and I met with department heads that said the personnel board would be making decisions on their employees that they knew nothing about their job or what they were doing, and they asked for it to be changed to shall and guidance, rather than somebody at the state personnel board saying, no, this person has to come to the office. So who's better to make that decision, the state personnel board or the agency head?
I would say the legislature.
That's your right, lady.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, gentlemen. You move
move final passage.
Well, we need to vote on the amendment. Okay, the amendment for the House, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Madam Clerk, open the machine. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 15 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 31, Senate Bill 2290, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you can explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment just adds the Department of Human Services to the study committee. This bill creates a study committee to look at the WIOA funds that are coming into the state and how they relate to the health and workforce of the state. And that's an explanation of the bill and the amendment.
We have, gentlemen, you have a question?
Yes.
Mr. Evans from Lawrence County.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes.
Pardon my lack of knowledge. What's WIOA?
That's a good question. It's federal work dollars that come into the state for training that's usually run through the planning and development districts.
So you don't know what WIOA means no more than I do then, right?
You caught me, gentlemen. I'm not sure exactly what it means. I just know it's federal work dollars.
We got to call
and
it
comes from the Department of Labor.
WIOA or something like that?
WIOA is how it's pronounced.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Move final passage.
Yeah, you have some more questions. Ms. Scott of Jones County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on line 39, I guess this is a preamble that this bill is making here, and it says unfilled jobs in the state of Mississippi, and that there is a record low unemployment rate, and yet a lagging labor force participation rate under 58%. Can you tell me what the unemployment rate is statewide?
Lady, I don't know that.
And the reason I'm asking you this question is because there, and I think you would agree, there are certain areas of this state where we have extreme high unemployment, and people are looking for jobs every day in those areas. So why would we say that there is a lagging labor force participation rate under 58% when we know that we have high unemployment rates in many areas of this state, and people are looking for a job?
Lady, my understanding is the federal government looks at us as a state as a whole, and because statewide our unemployment rate is so low that we are losing those WIOA monies. So this is a task force to try to put thought into it and how this is going to affect the state going forward in the future.
Okay, gentlemen, but like I said yesterday, I'm just a wayfaring stranger here. But if the unemployment is low, and we know that there are places in this state where unemployment is extremely high, what is it that the federal government is saying to us? We know, like the lady from Lincoln just said, we know here in the legislature that there are areas in this state where unemployment is extremely high, and people are looking for jobs in those areas every single day. So I'm trying to make this make sense.
That's
what this task force is going to do.
That's what they are looking at, how to address that issue. But what I'm telling you is the federal government looks at the state as a whole, not individual parts of the state. So that's what this study, this task force is going to do, is try to deal with the federal government on certain areas of the state.
Well, gentlemen, and I'm going to ask you this, and would you agree? There has been legislation introduced for the last several years that requires banning the box on the requirement for a person to reveal that they are a felon. And there have been exceptions, murder, rape, and would require that those be revealed. Do you think that policy might have something to do with some of these areas where unemployment is lagging, where employment is lagging, if what you say in this bill is true?
I'm sure that may be a factor in it, but I don't think that would be the driving factor.
Okay, and the reason that I ask you that question is because if you go on and read down in this bill, because I'm just looking at your preamble here, it's talking about modernization of Mississippi's economy with high-quality education and training, private sector and adult education opportunities. It talks about technology utilization, but there's nothing in here in your preamble that talks about something that we know is a critical issue that we've got, and I guess the gentleman from Columbus to tell us.
Time has expired on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see no further questions.
Move final
Question
passage.
occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, we're back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. I see no questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to item 32, Senate Bill 2300, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill allows the public agency or governing authority to solicit proposals from qualified design builders with the final contract between the public entity and the design builder being either a fixed firm price or a guaranteed maximum price. That includes the payment for both the design and construction phases of the project, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I see no questions. Gentlemen, you move final passage?
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Medicaid. Lady, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to the general calendar, item number 33, Senate Bill 2396. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill comes to us at the request of our friends at the Mississippi Department of Rehab Services. It deals with removing the Medicaid payback from ABLE accounts. An ABLE account is a tax advantage savings account for individuals with disabilities. Income earned in the account is not taxed if it's spent on disability-related expenses. The issue with this is that in the federal law, Medicaid may claw back money that has been paid into these accounts by either the disabled individual or a family member. If the disabled individual dies that owns the account, federal law provides that Medicaid can claw back expenses from that account to recoup expenses that they spent on that individual. The state may waive that ability for Medicaid to claw back. Our Division of Medicaid supports this bill. They say they have never clawed back anything from any ABLE accounts. They support the bill. They have no interest in clawing back. The reason that we're really doing this is because of that ability, it discourages families and disabled individuals and folks from investing in these accounts. These accounts really don't hold a lot of money. In fact, I think they said most of them are around $4,000 or $5,000. And we just want to encourage folks to use this very good account for individuals with disabilities so that they won't be concerned that possibly upon the death of that individual that Medicaid could claw back any funds. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Lady, you yield for question?
I do.
Mr. Evans of Lawrence.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady yields.
I do.
I don't want the previous presenter to think I was trying to discriminate against him, so I'll ask you, what does ABLE mean?
It means it is Achieving a Better Life Experience Act.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Ms. Scott of Jones County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, lady, now let me ask you this, because I want to be clear. David Jones is my little cousin. He has a property in Jones County. And I'm not his guardian, my cousin is. But they told them that upon his death, they would claw back, he's in a group home, and they would claw back dollars from him because he's on Medicaid. Now, what mistake have they made? Did they need to move this property and or sell it and put it in ABLE, or what did they do?
Lady,
How do we handle that?
I think that's a totally different issue. So ABLE accounts only allow for $19,000 a year to be placed in an ABLE account. It doesn't address property. I think it is just investing actual dollars into these savings accounts.
Now,
So
I'm for them, but so what has happened, so we can be clear, because I didn't know about this. So what has happened, ABLE has been given a certain designation. It has been set aside and is being treated differently because everybody in here knows that you can't have $19,000 worth of assets in the state of Mississippi and be eligible for Medicaid. So this is something different, right?
So this is in the federal tax code that provides for these ABLE accounts to be set up. So it does. Let me read that part to you if I can find that. So it says that the ABLE account provides an opportunity for qualified individuals, persons whose disability began before the age of 26, to have a tax-free savings account that will support their health and promote independence while preserving their means-tested government benefits such as SSI and Medicaid.
Okay, and so David, the reason why I'm asking this, because it seems to me David should be eligible for this. But in the clawback, for some people, it is property. It would not be the $19,000. And so, lady, I'm going to ask you, can you look into that and see what that means, and if there's a way that we can arrive at some fairness for, across the board?
Yes, ma'am.
For people, because that is one of the, and you tell me you don't get these calls, but we get a lot of calls from people saying that they're trying to take grandma's property. And we try to explain to them, but we paying $5,000 a month to keep grandma. But,
I will. I will reach out to the individuals that I met with last week, and I will get an answer for you on that, okay?
I appreciate it.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, Octavia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Generally, will you yield?
I do.
I do have some concerns about this. Can you tell me who is eligible or who gets these ABLE accounts? Who are these individuals?
So they are, just like I told the lady from Jones, they are it's in the federal income tax code, all right? So it's set up by federal law. So we are not debating these accounts. I mean, they are already established. The only thing that the bill does is waive the ability for Medicaid to claw back into these accounts. Okay? So ABLE accounts are tax advantage savings accounts for individuals with disabilities. I think you could possibly compare them to, how there are educational savings accounts that parents can invest in for their children, ESAs. I think it's set up in much the same way, except these ABLE accounts are for individuals with disabilities, so that perhaps the individual with the disability has a job, they can invest in these accounts. Parents or grandparents or family members can invest in these accounts to allow individuals with disabilities the ability to, save a little money in a tax advantage savings account. And the whole purpose of this bill is not to debate an ABLE account. That's already set up by federal law. The only purpose of this bill... You're taking
my argument. No, go ahead.
But I just want to stay on the scope of this bill. This bill only prevents Medicaid, and Medicaid supports the bill, that's a key component of the bill, from the ability, if the individual or the families that have invested in these ABLE accounts, if that individual dies, if the disabled individual dies, and there's money in this account, it waives the right for our division of Medicaid to claw back any money in these accounts.
So when you say Medicaid is in favor of it, you mean the state of Mississippi?
That's right.
You're not talking about the feds?
No, that's right. So the state, so I believe 20 other states have removed the payback requirement. So we're just going to add our name to the list of the states who have removed that requirement, and Mississippi Division of Medicaid says that they do not have any intention to claw back any funds from these ABLE accounts. The whole reason for the bill is just to encourage families to invest, because there is a concern about investing in these ABLE accounts because there is the ability that Medicaid could claw back.
My concern is that it seems to me that these ABLE accounts may be tax shields for wealthy individuals, and not just for those who have disabilities. And also I saw that in the bill that it still allows for clawbacks for other Medicaid recipients that are not in the ABLE account. So how do we differentiate which Medicaid accounts do we claw back from and those that we don't? It seems to be a disproportionate and unequal idea when it comes to who is actually getting monies taken back and who's actually in a safe haven. Can you explain that for me?
So this bill only deals with the ABLE accounts. I would submit to you that this is not a tax shield for wealthy individuals. It is just a tax advantage savings account for individuals with disabilities. There is a maximum of $19,000 a year that can be placed in there. From what I have been told, that the majority of the accounts in the state of Mississippi Mississippi residents, disabled Mississippi residents that have ABLE accounts, really the balance averages, I think they tell me, between $4,000 and $5,000.
And listen, I'm for folks with disabilities and our elderly keeping every dime in their pocket, but I am concerned about also destabilizing the Medicaid system by not having any clawbacks at all when it comes to
it doesn't apply to anything. I don't think this destabilizes anything. Medicaid has never clawed back from an ABLE account. So this has a no impact on Medicaid funding. They're telling me they have never clawed back before. They have no interest in clawing back. The reason that we're waiving this is just to encourage the families and individuals who actually have disabilities to take advantage of this worthwhile ABLE account.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Lady Yield?
I do.
So what would happen to these funds if Medicaid is not interested in, and cannot, if we pass this bill, they can't claw back any of those funds that the taxpayers have spent on the person's care? What would happen to those funds?
I believe that whoever the disabled individual, whoever their beneficiary is, would be able to, it would move to them.
That's right. So it would go to their heirs or whatever,
family,
right?
Yes.
So my question, see, I do a lot of estate work, and I do have to deal with Medicaid trying to claw back assets after a person passes away who doesn't have an ABLE account. And so I guess we're creating two classes of people here with this. If you have an ABLE account, we won't go after your funds. If you don't have an ABLE account, we will go after your funds. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, gentlemen. And like the lady from Jones mentioned, we can ask more questions about that. We just feel like that this is a worthwhile account, small dollar amounts really, not very much money in them. So to encourage people to help their disabled family members save. I can't speak to all the other accounts or all the other assets that Medicaid may or may not be able to collect. That's just not part of the bill.
Are they, and I'm asked this question, I don't know the answer to it, is there a cap on how much you can have in an ABLE account?
So $19,000 a year.
But $19,000 a year for 20 years is $400,000. I'm just asking, is there a cap?
The maximum balance for an ABLE account is $235,000.
So, okay. There's not a way to put a cap on this that if you die with less than $20,000 in assets, Medicaid is not interested in it, but if it's more than that, Medicaid could seek reimbursement to the taxpayers.
Well, these provisions are set up in federal law. So what we're just trying to do today is just to, and again, like I've said several times, they're telling me that these accounts, these Mississippi disabled citizens that have ABLE accounts, they're averaging $4,000 or $5,000. So, I mean, I think that's a bigger issue. We can look into that, but I don't really think that I think this is a good bill that encourages savings for disabled individuals, and we can look to that bigger issue with regard to Medicaid being able to claw back in different ways. And I have committed to the lady from Jones that we will ask those questions.
Okay, thank you, lady.
Ms. Reback of DeSoto County.
Thank you. So on these accounts, lady, would it be presumptive of us to say if maybe there was $4,000 left and someone died, that maybe the family would use those funds to bury their loved one?
I would say that's possible.
I think it is very possible, and I appreciate so much you bringing this bill forward, and I intend on voting yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
Ms. Scott, Jones County.
Lady, would you hear once again?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be amenable to us at least putting a repealer in this bill so that it can at least at some point come back to us in 2 or 3 years, and we can see what? Because I mean, we're gonna support it, but I do think we need to have a repealer in this bill for this. Otherwise, it won't come back up here before us anymore. We got to get it written. Would it be all right if we hold this bill on a motion to reconsider?
Lady, that's your prerogative if you would like to do that.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Lady, I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas, 8 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to item number 34 on today's general calendar, Senate Bill 2386. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady, you have a strike call, don't you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'd like to call the strike call, please.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Lady, you are recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is one you've already voted on, identical to a House bill. It simply brings forward the Medicaid code sections just to keep those code sections alive should anything happen in the remaining weeks of the session that we feel like we need the code section for. The strike all replaces a similar bill that the Senate sent to us that had many more code sections in it. This simply is the eligibility and services code section, but it is all existing law. There is no new language in this bill. It is simply bringing forward code sections. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I see no questions. You move final passage?
I move final passage.
Well, we got to vote on the strike all. So strike all is before the House. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Lady, we're back on the bill.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 102 yeas, 10 nays, bill passes. Okay, we are going to break for lunch. Do we have does anyone have I know we've got some announcements. Mr. Haney, Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Tourism Day at the Capitol. So on your desk was put a lot of the new information that's out about the tourism, all the dollars and information on your desk. And also there's going to be a press conference on the south steps about 1:15. Everyone's welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, Marion County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mississippi Forestry Association has a lunch for everybody today over at the old Capitol Inn. Starts at 11:45. Support your Forestry Association. Go eat lunch.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Hullum, Harrison County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I would like to change my vote on today's calendar, item number 22, that's Senate Bill 2519, from no to present.
No objection. We'll do that, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shanks, Rankin County. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hall, DeSoto County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, for the body, I do want to share just briefly. Last night, we had a potentially catastrophic event in DeSoto County. There was a lady who was driving on the wrong direction on the interstate late last night, speeding with oncoming traffic coming. And we had a deputy, a sheriff deputy, Brian Brock, a father, a husband, father of three, with 3 children under the age of 13, who decided to, but I do want to share that and ask that y'all keep him in mind.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Kincaid, Marshall.
Speaker, I'd like item 79, Joint Resolution 202, I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
We will recognize, we will do that, gentlemen. We'll inform the chairman. Mr. Barnett from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to change my vote on item 20 on the general calendar, Senate Bill 2216, from no to yes.
We'll change the gentleman's vote. Jackson Kemper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote from yes to no on Joint Resolution 202.
We'll do that, gentlemen. Mr. Calvert from Lauderdale.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen in the North Gallery, we have some special guests from Lauderdale County, our Tourism Director, Laura Carmichael, and also Lauderdale County Supervisor Joe Norwood. Please make them feel welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the Capitol. See no further announcements. I'll recognize Mr. Shanks for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30.
We have a motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. We stand in recess till 1:30.
Let the House come back to order. I believe we were down on the calendar to item 35, Judd B. Gentleman from Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 35, Senate Bill 2190, and advance your usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. And gentlemen, I see you got a committee amendment.
I do have a strike all amendment.
You are recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to recognize the gentlelady from Hinds County that has a friendly amendment.
Lady from Hinds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on Senate Bill 2190, what we're doing is adding language on line 66 that will allow the Commissioner of Public Safety to create the rules and regulations that will allow homeless individuals to obtain an alternative state ID card. And that's an explanation of the amendment.
I have no objection to the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Lady, do you yield for questions of your desk mate? Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady yield.
Of course.
This is to you and the chairman both. Listen, I just became aware like last week, and I had no idea this was on the calendar till right now. There's 13 states that have IDs for Amish, Mennonite, people that have their non-photo IDs because they have religious objections to having their pictures taken. I have a community of them that is wanting a state ID, and there's like 13, 15 states that have that in their laws, non-photo IDs for these type of people with religious objections. Is that something, does this have a reverse repealer in it or something we can work on along the way? All right, can we do that? Thank you.
Of course, Desmay, we can do that. Oh, the chairman has.
We're going to take pictures of the back of their heads, gentlemen, to make sure they're not offended by it.
Don't see any other questions.
I'll explain the strike all. The strike all, in addition to the amendment, will authorize suspension notices to be provided to individuals through their mobile app. I've got a little consternation about that. We put a reverse repealer in it. I'm going to work with the Senate on some language. That's the explanation of the strike all as amended.
We need to adopt her amendment.
I'm sorry. I moved to adoption of the amendment. I'm sorry.
I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all amendment. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We're now on the strike all. Gentlemen, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of the strike all. If you favor the strike all amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Nothing other than what I explained prior to the adoption.
All right. Questions? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is for alternative driver's license for the homeless, is that right?
No, ma'am. That was the amendment to give them some identification. All this bill did was change the suspension notification to those that have their license suspended for whatever reason, allow for it to be done through mobile app. If you've downloaded your license on your app on your phone.
So you don't have to waste your time. Let me ask you this. We're just not providing identification for whomever.
That's correct.
In this bill. That's all I needed to know.
All right. That's all.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I recognize the gentleman, Vice Chairman, handle the next item. I call up 36, Senate Bill 2200, Advance the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2200 is the Parker's Law, which we passed 2 sessions ago. When we initially passed it, it had a 2-year repealer. We are accepting the Senate position, and we are going to remove that repealer so we don't have to bring this back before the chamber any further. That's an explanation of this bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item number 37, Senate Bill 2204. Advance the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is that it basically requires that a registry be put together that requires that all law enforcement officers, if they come across stolen ag equipment, this is a situation we've got in some rural counties where they're finding equipment that may be stolen in one county. There's other stuff that's at the site where it's been stolen, but it's not reported on NCIC. What this bill does is require that all counties report or identify any equipment that when they find stolen, to put it on the registry to see if it's stolen from some other county. That's the explanation of the bill.
Gentlemen, I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, would you, can I interrupt you just for a second?
Certainly.
For an introduction. I have some friends up here in the South Gallery, Adam Dial and Ed Treherne. Ed and I literally go back to childhood. And his mother put some Band-Aids over me a couple of times. So welcome to the Capitol. Good to see y'all here today. Gentlemen, you're recognized for the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 38, Senate Bill 2208. Advance the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
I recognize the gentlelady from Hinds County to handle the bill. Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 2208 is a bill that the House actually passed overwhelmingly last year. And what it would do is to add up to 5 years of imprisonment to anyone who is convicted of an offense of making a terroristic threat against an airport. And that's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
I move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves final passage. Let's open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pass 39, Senate Bill 2211, ask that it retain its place on the calendar and move on to the next item.
We'll do that.
Call up item number 40, Senate Bill number 2311, advance the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This comes to the body from the Bankers Association and the Prosecutors Association to basically adopt federal, codifying in state law, some federal law pertaining to theft of mail as well as theft of post office, theft from the post office, and provides a penalty for 1 year to 10 years for the first offense, and the subsequent offense, I believe, advances a penalty. No, that's it. For all offenses, 1 to 10, and requires a mandatory restitution provision. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you yield for question?
Certainly.
Mr. Holloway from Copiah.
I had an introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see any other questions.
Move final passage.
Madam Clerk, would you please open the machine? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next.
Call up item number 47, Senate Bill 2315. Advance your usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Recognize the gentleman from Greene County to handle the measure.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill related to bail bonding. It makes some changes in the amount of time that a bail bonding agency has to cure any defect that may cause them to lose their license. It grants them 10 additional days than what we granted them with our bill. We've passed a very similar bill to this. This just grants them 30 days instead of 20 days. The other things that it does, it clarifies when a bail bond is discharged, and it authorizes that people who have felony warrants for not showing up for court will be placed on NCIC with no restrictions. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Gentlemen, I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Judge B yields the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Business and Commerce.
Speaker, I move, go to item 42, I move we pass that bill and ask that it be retain its place on the calendar.
We'll do that. Ag.
Thank you, Mr.
Can we
Speaker.
hang on 1 second, gentlemen? Mr. Holloway, recognize you for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House in the South Gallery, help me make welcome Miss Melanie Warner. She works with the Division of Medicaid as a legal assistant. Miss Melanie Warner, help make her welcome.
Hang on 1 second. We recognize Mr. Stevenson from TIPA for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please help me make welcome in the North Gallery. The gentleman from Lee is not in the chamber right now, but please help me make welcome the mayor of Tupelo, the former Mississippi State great Todd Jordan.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 43, Senate Bill 2025. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lincoln to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2025 we had a companion bill that we passed out earlier, is needed to make the Mississippi Soil Amendment Law and registration process consistent with the national standard regarding plant biostimulants. This change will streamline the product registration process to the Department of Agriculture and companies. This change is good for farmers and consumers and is supported by the agricultural companies and the Mississippi Department of Agriculture. I can yield for any questions.
Ms. Scott from Jones County?
No, sir. No, sir.
No question. I don't see any other questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 44, Senate Bill 2264. Calling up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Gentlemen, you can explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield from the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a bill that we passed through the House, and it mirrors the same bill. It's an agri-tourism bill, and it basically is about putting signage on the front of the farm instead on every activity. It's basically a protection for the farm and the agri-tourism, and it's basically putting a warning sign on the front of the farm for all the activities that they will act on the farm. So instead of putting them on every activity, that's what it's for. The only line difference that is in the Senate bill that wasn't in the House bill is on line 19, and it says conducted on a location registered by an agri-tourism professional. So it has to be, it does have to be registered by an agri-tourism professional. That's the only added thing to the bill.
Will you yield for questions?
I yield to questions.
Mr. Harness from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
I do.
Gentlemen, you say agri-tourism. I think I know what you're talking about, but give me an example.
All right, it'd be, you've got some farms that have, I guess you'd say the, one farm I think you got down in the pumpkin farms, like they go in there and they pick their own pumpkins, and they'll have like activities like slides and different things there that people may, like the kids may slide down the slide or whatever. This sign would just cover those activities that they could possibly get hurt on. Or if they ride on the back of a trailer, they're riding them out to pick the pumpkins or whatever. This will protect the farm, just saying, hey, when you come on that property, this sign just protects them, saying, hey, as you come on this property, you're coming there at your own risk. It's kind of it's a layer of protection.
Yeah, I'm all for that, and taking children to the petting farms. I like the bill, but it's one problem that after reading the bill, is that it appears to give immunity to the farmers from lawsuits. And so now that's where I have a problem. Although I'm protecting farmers, but it pretty much states that if I go on the farm and I get hurt, I can't sue them. I can't sue those people.
That's what that sign's telling you. When you go to that farm, there's a risk. So that's what that sign is.
All right, but the language in the bill, I mean, does it necessitate that broad immunity in that bill? It's almost like the convenience store bill that this body passed a few years ago. I mean, it makes it almost impossible for the person to get sued.
Well, this is a protection for that farmer. For when they come on that farm, there's always a chance for that. I don't know anything about that bill. I wasn't here when that bill was presented, so I have no clue about that bill that you're talking about. But for this bill, this is a protection because a lot of these farms are family farms, that they're opening up to have these activities.
And I agree with you about the protection and the signs, and that's good. But the language about the immunity is what I have problems with. Could you explain that to me? What's the purpose of the all this immunity?
I mean, the only thing, like I said earlier, the only thing this is changing is the amount of signs. I mean, they already have, this is already in place. It's just the amount of signs. So, like, we're talking about you have a big sign on the front of the fence when you're driving up, and we're just talking about not putting it on every activity. That's the only difference between past bills and this bill.
If I go into Walmart and they leave water on the floor, and I slip and fall on that water, I have a cause of action against Walmart. If I go to these petting zoos or these agri-tourism businesses and I become injured, I have no recourse according to this bill, according to the language of this bill. Now, what we should probably do, because I like the protections of the farmers, I do, because I like to farm myself. But what we should at least allow something for the participant in these businesses. If something happens to them, they should have some type of recourse.
Well, like I said, this is only changing. This is not. This is in current law right now. What we have right now in current law is that the only difference between this bill and another bill that's already in place. Now we got to understand, all we're doing is taking the signage. I mean, what I'm saying, this verbiage is already in place right now. Only difference is if we're changing one sign instead of a bunch of different signs on all the different activities.
I know the language is in place, sir. What I'm telling you is I don't like it.
I respect that.
Let's take it out.
Yeah.
Don't offend me. I know what I'm reading. What I'm asking you is, can we take this language out? Maybe put gross negligence. If you can show gross negligence, something of that along those lines. It's not good. It's not good for business. You're not going to protect.
It's not good for law. It's not good for lawyers for sure.
Yeah, well,
for sure.
I'm not talking about law business. I'm talking about protecting.
I love y'all.
I'm talking about protecting. That still ain't funny.
Yeah,
I'm talking about protecting the customer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Words.
Mr. Watson, Forrest.
With the chairman, yield.
I do.
Would you discuss with us what is the inherent risk associated with agri-tourism?
Okay. Like I said, they got different activities. They have, a lot of them have slides that they have for kids to slide down. They got corn mazes. They have, when you ride a trailer to go pick a pumpkin, sometimes you're riding on a trailer to get to those places. That would be kind of those things that they're protected from. It's just the activities they may have there, and they may have a swing for them to swing on. Those are the activities that we're talking about.
Is it any different from going to an amusement park and riding, engaging in some type of activity at the amusement park?
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Okay. Well, just tell me, Mr. Chairman, how is it different?
Well, I mean, at a amusement park, you've got these big rides that have been built. You got these roller coasters, and you got all kinds of things that can go wrong with those roller coasters. We're not talking about nearly the same type events that we're talking about. We're talking about a simple slide that you slide down. Nothing major. There's nothing major like an amusement park that you get hurt on. So it's not even the same ballpark here.
Okay. Now, who is proposing this legislation?
Well, we did one in the House, but this one's coming from the Senate, and so you got Whaley, Chassenal, McClendon, and Younger and Berry out of the Senate from this.
Of course, they're the senators.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what special interest group is advancing this legislation?
All I know is we voted on this. Yeah, the Department of Ag is where it's coming from, but the thing is, we voted on the same bill, and y'all didn't have any of these questions the first time. The only thing we changed on this bill from the last bill that y'all voted on, and we pretty much had a full House vote on it, was this one line. So I don't know what changed from then or now, but we voted on this just a few weeks ago and had no problem. So I'm not sure what's the problem now. So
Now, you understand what tort reform is?
I do. I understand. I know I understand enough.
You understand enough?
Enough.
Okay, what public interest is being served in this House considering this legislation?
The Department of Agriculture and the farmers, and that's who is wanting this in place. And all it is, understand, this law is already in place. Now, we've already had this in place. All we're doing is changing a signage. The verbiage is already in law right now, okay? So all this is already in law. All we're changing is signage. So instead of having a sign on every activity, we're talking about putting a sign on just on one place on the front of the property when they enter the property. So understand something, this verbiage is already in place. We're not changing, the law is already in place. We're only talking about signage in this bill.
Now, this is, people charge for providing this type of entertainment, or don't they?
Yeah, some do. Some do, some don't.
They charge, and they do have insurance, don't they? Liability insurance.
Some do. I'm sure some do have some for their property, yes.
Okay. So why not just deal with it under the existing law rather than to provide some type of immunity from...
We didn't change the law.
Okay.
We did not change the law. This verbiage was already in place. All we're doing with this bill is a signage-only deal. It's just saying that instead of having a signage on, like a placement of signage, instead of having signage on every single activity, we're only talking about one sign. Now, you gotta remember, this is already in law. This verbiage was already in place before I even got up here. This is strictly a signage bill, talking about placing one sign on the front of the property instead of on every single activity. That's it. That's all we're doing here.
But am I incorrect in saying that the signage provides for the immunity that is being advanced in the bill?
No, because that was already in place. The verbiage is already in place, and its law is already in place. All we're doing is talking about putting one sign up.
So one sign rather than sign of where every activity is.
That's right. That's it. That's all we're talking about. We're just talking about putting one sign on the front of the property. When they enter that property, they see that sign and know that, hey, they're at their own risk when they pull on that property. And then instead of putting on every single activity, that covers all the activities. Right. That's all we're...
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson from Hines, do you have a question? Okay. Mr. Zuber, Jackson County.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make welcome in the North Gallery two close friends of mine, Marcus Thomas and Chip Bryant.
Lawrence County, Mr. Evans.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Okay, I understand that this is existing law except for the signage. We're changing it for if you've got 10 events out there, you got to have 10 signs to one sign out in front or whatever, right?
That's right.
Would you agree with me that the reason for putting the signs up would be to notify the people that are there, that are coming to partake of whatever goes on there?
Here's the deal. The sign at the very front will be the sign that covers everything on that property. And that's all this is. And I understand what you're saying from but here's the deal. What we're trying to say is just one sign covers all of it, and that's it. And that way they're not having to buy like 10,000 signs. One sign when you enter that property tells you that, like, when you go to the zoo, okay, when you go to the zoo, all right, when you go to the zoo, when you walk up to the ticket desk, you see a sign that tells you all the warnings for coming into that zoo. Now, when you come into that zoo, you don't see warning signs on every single exhibit. You see that one sign that covers when you walk into the zoo. Am I correct? Anybody in here knows what I'm talking about? So this sign is simply saying, here's what's going on. If you come on this property, you understand that when you if you do any of the activities, is covered.
Okay, I understand all that. I'm not arguing with you on that.
Okay.
Okay. My question was, you would agree with me that the purpose of signage is for notification of the people that are choosing to visit there. Would you agree with me that that's what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
The notification that, hey, when you come on this property, yeah.
Okay. So we have, according to how many activities is on this property, we have any number of signs right now that are required to notify whoever's taking part in the activities that they're on their own, right?
That's right.
Okay. We have, if you have 10 activities, the way it is now, there has to be 10 signs.
That is correct.
One at each particular activity. Sort of as a reminder as you take your kids to each activity, is you better be careful because they don't have any liability. And if you allow your kid to get stepped on or fall off a hayride wagon and get run over, you're SOL. Is that basically right?
Well, the sign when you came on that property covered every activity, yes.
So it's notification. And we are telling them, you get hurt here, one of your kids get hurt, you're on your own, you don't have any recourse whatsoever against the owner of this place, regardless of how negligent they were. And I know that that's present law, but we are moving these signs that notify our people that they have no recourse. We're lessening the requirement of the number of signs, therefore lessening the number of reminders to these people that come visit there that they better be careful because if something happens to them, they're SOL, right?
Well, that's your language, not mine. But I would say that the sign will cover the activities when they come onto that farm.
One instead of, if you have 20 activities, one instead of 20.
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're lessening the opportunity to remind these people that they are, in fact, on their own, and whatever happens is their problem and not the problem of the owner of the place who constructed the event or whatever it happens to be that may have been badly constructed even, but you have no recourse.
Well, the sign at the front of the property, and here's the thing, y'all remember, the verbiage is not changing from previous bill, okay? That makes you understand something. You're going back to a previous bill.
I understand that. You said that about 10 times.
Yeah,
I think we all understand that.
Well,
okay. What is the exact verbiage of the sign requirement? What does the sign have to say?
It has to warn you of the activities as you come onto the property. It warns you of anything that you're at risk when you come on. If you act on any, if you get on any of the, if you come on there and do any of the activities, then you're at risk, and you're understanding that when you come onto the property. When you drive onto that property, you understand that you could be at risk of any of the activities, you know, and that they've got free warning. So hey, you know, that's what it is.
That's great. And I'm presuming here, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm presuming if you go to one of these places, that sign that we're talking about is probably going to be right up there at the front somewhere. That's what I would expect.
That's right. I would think so.
Okay. If I'm driving in with my grandkids, and it's not going to happen to me because I know about it now, but if I'm dragging, or somebody in my situation driving in there with their grandkids, and their grandkids getting a tussle on the back seat when they're going through the front gate, and they don't see that sign, they're not going to know that because they're not going to see that sign again inside anywhere, are they?
Well, I would hope the adult would remind them of that if you bring them kids on that property. So I would hope the adult with the kids would read that sign, because that's our responsibility as adults when we have kids to read the sign. Grandparent, parent, whoever brings them on a property, that is the job of a parent, to make sure their kids understand the risk. Like when I go on a property, I make sure my kids know, hey, look, don't get hurt. Make sure you do this. Make sure you do that. There's part of that responsibility of a parent and the grandparent as they come onto a property as well, to read those risks and let the kids know that, hey, here's some risks we need to be careful of.
Well, certainly, I wouldn't argue with you on that. I'm going to be doing the same thing with my kids or grandkids or whatever. But I'm not going to be telling them, "Hey, kids, don't get hurt over there on Farmer Brown's horse ride," because he's not in any way responsible for your medical or anything like that. You're not going to be saying that. What I'm saying is this is a notification statute to let them know that there is no responsibility whatsoever on the farmer, and they need to know that when they go in there, right?
That's right. That's
so
what
the more signs we have, the more chances are that they will in fact be notified, right?
I think one sign is sufficient, and when they come on the farm, the sign's there, they can read it, and there it is. So I think one sign is sufficient.
Okay. So out here on I-55 says, a sign here south of Jackson says New Orleans 120 miles. There's no use to put any more signs past that one, right?
You don't have to.
Keep going, you're going to go. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate your answers. I disagree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the senior gentleman from Washington County, Representative Bailey, and myself, I would like to ask the House to please help make welcome in the North Gallery members of our Washington County Visitors Bureau and board members. Please stand and make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
Just a quick question. How much do these signs cost?
Oh, I have no clue. I mean, it can cost different. It depends on where you're from. I mean, different sign companies charge different prices. So I don't know. I don't know that answer. I mean, you can get a metal sign. You can get a plastic sign. I mean, you can get different type signs. So I don't really know that answer. But I mean, it could be from $50 to $300 or $400 if you want to spend that much. So it depends on.
For us to be changing a lot of, I just assumed they were really expensive.
I'm sorry?
I said, I guess for us to be debating this for, I don't know, 30 minutes, I assumed that the signs were really expensive.
I don't know that answer on those signs.
Okay.
Thank you for your question, though.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
Gentleman's got an amendment he's offering.
Okay.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, for your amendment. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing this amendment does is it strikes out the liability portion of this bill. I'm for the signage, I'm for agri-tourism all the way. But we got to be fair now. Now, if you go to a zoo and you hop in there with a lion, yeah, you deserve to get bit, and you can't sue. But if you go to the zoo and the lion sneaks out and, kills your child or hurts your child, then you're going to sue that zoo. Same thing could happen in this bill. Now, what this bill is not telling you is that the farmer or whoever is hosting these events has complete immunity. And we need to look out for our citizens better than this. Now, I'm for looking out for farmers. Don't get me wrong. I'm for that. But at the same time, we have to look out for the individuals that's participating in these tours. So I want to ask you all to support this amendment.
I recognize the gentleman to respond.
I'm going to ask my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And so if you will oppose the amendment, we greatly appreciate it. Let's pass this on through. We already voted on it one time. Y'all all voted on it the first time. Why are we not voting on it the second time? So we voted the first time, so I oppose the amendment.
Recognize the author to close.
Well, just like anything in life, right now we know. Okay, we missed it the first time. I'm gonna ask you all, out of abundance of caution, to support this amendment. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 38 yeas, 74 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 78 yeas, 33 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You recognize.
I'd like to introduce in the South Gallery 3 lovely ladies from Columbus CVB. We've got Frances Glenn, Sharon Johnson, and Myrtle Tucker. Please make them feel welcome.
Welcome. All right, back to the calendar. Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 48, Senate Bill 2469, and make the usual motion.
45?
45, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we will recognize the lady from Hines to handle the next 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all for this bill just adds some language broadening this, so I'm going to explain it all at the same time. What this is, it establishes a study committee to study the problems, which are many within our tax sale system within the state of Mississippi, and to come up with some solutions to fix and address those various problems. That's an explanation of the strike all and of the bill.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any, lady. She moves adoption. If you favor strike all amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 46, Senate Bill number 2482. Call the bill up and call up the strike all.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The lady's indicated she's got a strike all amendment. Lady, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all and the bill are the same thing. I'll just explain them at the same time. This simply allows public defenders and county prosecutors to have free access to MEC when representing indigent defendants. That is an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Sure.
I don't have a problem with this. I'm just curious. I was trying to go through it. Did we require all our courts to be on MEC?
All of the courts, yeah, but that's in a different bill that we have not gotten to. But it's on a tiered system. So they're not all currently on it now, but there is a deadline by which they all have to be on it.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item. I'm sorry, lady. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Geis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the ladies and gentlemen of the House will help me make welcome from the city of Goche the young members of the Mayor's Youth Council in the South Gallery. Y'all please stand and be recognized.
Welcome. Very good to have you at your capital. All right, lady, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 47 and item number 48, we just asked that we skip those and retain their place on the calendar, and then Judd A. will yield the floor for the day.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. Brings us back to public health. Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 49, Senate Bill 2767. Called up to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee amendment.
Yes, sir. Amendment was a strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mississippi Opioid Settlement Statement Advisory Council. Very similar to the House bill we passed out. I struck out the Senate language and added some of our language, again, with some input from y'all. It does create the council. We added 2 new members from the last time I presented this bill, bringing the voting members to 15. It also has 15 additional members who are part of the advisory. This council will make recommendations to the legislature with amounts, and then the legislature has the final say. If you remember, the Attorney General's office has sued these opioid companies and have received to date around $203 million. 70% will be subject to this, the legislature's disbursement through the Opioid Council. 15% goes to cities and counties, and the additional 15% goes to the government. Here's where the biggest change comes in with the strike all. That 15% which goes to the government comes directly to the legislature, and we determine where that money goes. It is not necessarily subject to the opioid abatement settlement guidelines. So it'll be up to us, and I highly recommend that we would use it for opioid abatement and education. So just to be clear, that 15% that goes to the government in this bill is now in our control through legislation, and that would go through the appropriations process. Also, this bill is effective as soon as we can pass it, so we can get this money to the people who need it right now. So it'd be effective upon passage. That being said, the appointment of the council, they would have 60 days from that date to form the council, and then 90 days from that date to have their first meeting. So there's an urgent sense of urgency in this bill. I've listened to y'all and made the appointments based on your input, and have given the legislature more discretion on where that money is to be placed. So that's a brief explanation of the strike all in the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
This is a very good bill, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but does this council cease after this money is gone?
There's more money coming. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's the schedule on that? Do you know?
I don't know. It could last several years. There may be more that has come in since the 203 when we first started session.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves adoption of the strike all. If you favor the strike all amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Corrections? Lady from Lincoln.
What's the name of it? What is it doing? 50.
We're down to item 50. You want to take it up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 50, Senate Bill 2357.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Lady, I see you got a committee amendment.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized to explain it.
When we did these bills for the workforce, DHS got in touch with me and let us know that these would have to go through the
for the inmate to pay child support would have to go through them, because some of them have court orders and some of them don't. So the language we added was just to make this all tie up nicely so we wouldn't get in any trouble. So we added that to the bill. And that's my explanation of the...
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. You favor the strike all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, lady?
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Skip item number 51 and go to number 52, Senate Bill number 2257. Call it up, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Get the strike all, sir.
All right.
Good.
You are recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, sir. This is the harvest permit bill, and all we did was take the House language, which had the 3-year repealer in it, and put it in there, and that is the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 53, Senate Bill 2260. Call it up, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
All right. This. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a bill that's dear to my heart, and it's dear to a lot of other folks, Josh Hawkins as well, and we've talked a bunch about this. The Senate Bill 2260. I'm going to tell you a story real quick, and then I'm going to tell you about the bill. So my nephew, he was leaving the movie theater where he's autistic, and he was leaving the movie theater one night, and he didn't have his lights on, and so he was riding down the road, and a police officer got behind him, and he slowed down to 10 to 15 miles per hour. He didn't really understand what was going on, and the police officer started trying to stop him, but he thought he was trying to get around him. Before long, 2 police officers had him blocked in, and they pulled him out of the car, had him in handcuffs, and he was just looking in the air, because what autistic folks a lot of times do, they don't make good eye contact. They searched his car, didn't find anything, couldn't find drugs, so they just couldn't figure out why he wouldn't stop. And so finally, they did find a little bitty sticker they did have on the back window, and it was a little autistic puzzle piece. And they went over to my nephew, and they said, hey, he said, are you autistic? And he said, yes, I am. And quickly, they took the handcuffs off, and they let him go and let him leave. And they said, look, Jaden, reason we pulled you over is your lights weren't on. He said, well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I didn't know my lights weren't on. And the chief of police that night called my brother apologizing, was really upset about it as well, and just didn't know. They had no clue. It wasn't their fault. They were doing their job. Well, this bill is a bill that is going to cover autistic children that drive, or autistic adults that drive, or anybody in between, teenagers, not children, but teenagers. And so it's a blue envelope bill. And basically what's going to happen is it's going to be a sticker that will be able to be put on the car, on the side of the window, the driver's side window, that says they're autistic, and it's going to let them know, the police officer, to ask for a blue envelope. Inside that blue envelope is going to have the information about them either being autistic or whatever their special need is there, and they'll be able to hand that police officer that blue envelope so that the police officer will know when they stop them what's going on with that child. And so this bill is a bill for an autistic person, autistic teenager, person, adult that drives, that police officer will know they're autistic when they pull them over. And ultimately, that's what the bill is. It's a blue envelope bill, and it's been worked on, and it's a great bill. And I'm going to ask that you vote for this bill. Great bill. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
I do.
Just a quick question. Was there any consideration given, and don't get me wrong, I think it's a good bill. Was there any consideration given to the Department of Public Safety about indicating that on the driver's license?
It is already actually, there actually is it's something on the driver's license you can get now. But this is letting them know before they can get to that point. Like as soon as they pull up and pull them over, they see that sticker on that car, on that driver. So this is before the license part even gets done. Because sometimes even before the license, if they're running from her, they think they're running. Like my nephew was, they didn't really have a chance to get a license. They just know, hey, get out of the car. You're running from us. You know what I mean? So this is kind of a layer before that even takes place. But there is a piece of legislature. There is that has that on their license. Yes, you can get something like that now on the license.
Would there also be a need for more training in dealing with these type of individuals?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, would there be more training? Will it be included in the training process where police officers are able to deal with this accordingly? Because
we'd love to have training. Yeah, I think that would be the next step in this is some training. And the Commissioner Sean Tyndall, he's for this bill. He likes this bill as well, and so he's behind this.
Okay, so. Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I sure will.
It's a good bill, gentlemen, and I think it's needed, but in playing the devil's advocate, would this not also create the potential for bad actors to target folks that are autistic? Do they not have the ability to take and link the same information to their license plate, so when the officer pulls up behind them and runs their plates, they would know?
I'm sure that can be done. That's going to be a lot more expensive piece of legislature, and I think this is the kind of a first step in this. So and they can choose to get it or not choose. They don't have to get it. Right. But this is for the people that want to get this for their child or for their teenage driver or for even their adult, child. This is a chance for them to get a piece of something, just to kind of a layer of protection as they're driving. So yes, that could be something down the road, but that'd be a little more expensive as we go forward.
Okay, I was just concerned. I didn't want any of our folks to get targeted specifically because people would recognize the blue tag. And
absolutely.
Right.
Good question.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I will.
Gentlemen, where will this envelope be kept inside of the car?
Well, you can keep it in the glove department, and you can keep it in your visor. You can kind of keep it wherever you want to keep it. The thing is, that sticker is going to let them know they have a blue envelope, right? When they come up to the window, and the sticker's on the back window. Yeah, I'm sorry, sticker's on the back window of the car. And so when they pull up, they're going to see that sticker and know, hey, they're going to see it and say, hey, we know this is a possibility of an autistic child or autistic driver, and so when they pull up, they're going to know, so they're going to walk to the window and ask for that blue envelope. At that point, the person can reach and get that blue envelope at that point.
Okay, gentlemen, I think this might be a good piece of legislation, but currently now, the Highway Patrol or City Police Officer can pull up your insurance off of your car tag. Why not have this just automatically enroll John C. Doe is autistic, Why not have it enrolled in the system already that we currently have?
Well, you may have numerous people driving the car, so you don't know who's all going to be driving that certain car either.
I couldn't hear you.
So you may not know who's driving the car. Like it could be a bunch of different drivers on that car. But I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying that's not something that can't be done. That's just not what this piece of legislature is right now. So, but I'm not saying it's a bad idea at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a great bill. I'm not up here to denigrate it. Just a couple of questions, and you may have already said this. What exact kind of designation is in that blue envelope?
The blue envelope is just going to have the person's name, their information, you know, where they are as an autistic person, you know, what kind of probably where they are in the spectrum. I'm sure will be on there, and any kind of any kind of information that will be to help the actual driver.
Okay, so it's not going to be some kind of requirement from a doctor to say, I'm treating this person for autism or whatnot. It's just going to be run-of-the-mill documentation.
Yeah. They get issued the envelope by the doctor. So yes, you have to have diagnosis to get it. You can't just go get your license and say, I'm autistic and get it. Yes.
Exactly. That was where I was coming from.
That's right.
And you made a point about multiple vehicles dealing with the insurance card. My question is, and I guess there's not because you haven't mentioned it and I didn't see it, would this not be a very appropriate thing to put a designation on the driver's license itself? I mean, we have designations as rep, and that way it wouldn't matter what car they were driving, it would be with them, supposedly.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, I'm not saying that can't be. That's just not what this piece of, you know, so I understand what you're saying, but yeah, the license is something that's actually already in place, something to that extent where you can get something on your license. This is a layer before it gets to that point.
Certainly. I just thought that might be the end all there. If indeed he couldn't find, he's autistic, maybe couldn't find the blue program, or maybe he was in a car that didn't have the symbol on the side of it, but he's still autistic, or she. And if they had their license, of course, they might not have their license with them either. I understand that. But we'd be touching a lot of bases instead of just one or two. So for food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I too think this is a good piece of legislation. Thank you, Chairman, for your work on it. My question is, a week ago or so we passed a bill banning DEI. Is this could be considered a form of DEI?
No.
All right, thank you.
No, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Oh, you got a question? I'm sorry, I thought you had an introduction. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A great piece of legislation. Looking forward to voting for it. And you touched on it earlier. Law enforcement needs more training when it comes to autistic individuals.
Absolutely.
So, do I have your commitment to do this, to file legislation for that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to have more people trained on autistic, especially with my nephew, and we got other folks in this room that have autistic children or even grandkids. So yeah, we all want to train and see more people trained. So yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we definitely have a commitment there.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 119 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. We're down to forestry. Gentleman from Marion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go to item number 54. Senate Bill 2019, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'm going to turn it over to Ma'am Clark.
Gentleman from Clark is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Senate Bill 2019, it was passed last year's Forestry Facility Grant Program. Under this bill, you have to receive the grant, which is administered by the MDA. To receive the grant, you must have a minimum of $10 million investment on 50 acres. The meaning of this bill is on 2019 is we cutting the acreage in half. We're going from 50 acres to 25 acres. And that's explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
I really don't want none.
It's several, but I know one of the things that is on all of them's mind, gentlemen. They want to know where in this legislation have you buried all the NIL money for your softball team?
We do have practice today. I hope y'all know, if we get out of here in time.
From the looks of this board, we not. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what is the proper definition of acreage?
Acreage?
Yes.
Per acre?
Yeah.
From 50 acres to 25 acres. They cut it in half.
So please define half for us.
Please define half.
Yeah, half for us.
Half of 50 acres is 25 acres. Did you take forestry in school, sir?
So, gentlemen, if I grow oak trees and pine trees and pecan trees, can they be grown on the same acreage?
Yes, sir.
How do I harvest them?
You call a logger and he'll cut them down, or you can put some in your firewood at the house. You can do it, harvest it any way you want to.
So currently, what is the going rate for acorns a pound?
I wouldn't know. I don't think we make nothing out of acorn.
How about pecans?
Pecans, now, you know, we pass a lot of bills on stealing pecans, so I really don't know what the price is on that. It's gone up.
Well, can you tell me, this is my final question, gentlemen, how many leaves grow on an oak tree?
It's according to how many bags of fertilizer you put around the base of it.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I believe we're down to item 55. Gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 55, Senate Bill 2743, I'd like to skip it and retain its place on the calendar, please.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 56, Senate Bill 2698, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin, recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2698 is a bill to extend the operating period of the Mississippi Dementia Care Program. Originally, this program was a 3-year pilot program from July 1 of 22 to July 1 of 25. This bill just extends that to July 1 of 2029. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 57, Senate Bill 2690, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment which is a strike all.
All right. You are recognized to explain the strike all.
All the strike all does is remove the repealer from the bill.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs to the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, sir. I just want to explain the bill quickly. This is the Healthcare Expendable Fund. It's been around for a while. This is where we receive our tobacco funding. In 2023, it was 103 million and some change. 2024 is 104 million and some change. Appropriations disperses this money, and most of it to different healthcare entities, Department of Education, Department of Public Health, Rehabilitation Services, And so it's all spent toward that, and removing this repealer and continuing this fund going will continue to help our public health in Mississippi. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Judd A, he passes. All right, I think that concludes our work today on the general calendar. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations E will meet after adjournment in 201A. Appropriations A, full committee will meet 10 minutes after adjournment in 201A.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Kincaid.
Mr. Speaker, item 79, resolution 202, I want to withdraw the motion to reconsider.
All right. With unanimous consent, we can do that. Is there any objection to the gentleman withdrawing his motion? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we will have our first kickoff softball practice at the Pearl City Fields, 3:30, 5:30. Welcome to come.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for heading that up. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like you to join me today in adjourning in memory of Miss Edna Gray of Baldwin, Mississippi. She was one of my good friends and a pillar of our community and a great supporter of our education system in Baldwin. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Lady from Hines, Miss Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 announcements, and by the way of reminding members, tomorrow morning at 8:30, everyone is invited to the groundbreaking of the UMMC School of Dentistry. Again, that's at 8:30 in the morning. Tomorrow afternoon at 12 at the Mississippi Bar Center, the members who are also attorneys are invited to a lunch there by the Mississippi Bar.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Mississippi Tourist Association and the Mississippi Gaming and Hospitality Association, tonight's the legislative reception at the South. It is a ticketed event. Tickets needed. You should have had them on your desk last week. So invite everybody to come out for the reception tonight. Starts at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick announcement. Local and private will meet tomorrow after adjournment. The official chairman's deadline is March 14th, but if you got a local and private that you're really worried about, you may want to get it in a little bit quicker than that. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Jones, Miss Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 2315. I'm sorry I don't have the item, y'all. Senate Bill 2315.
How did you vote?
I want to change to no.
From
I
yes?
want unanimous consent. Yes,
With
sir.
unanimous consent, ladies
Yes,
requesting to change her vote.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes to no. Is there objection? Hearing none, change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory today of Miss Willie Mae Lundy. She is the grandmother of Pastor Jennifer Beard here in Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Lady from Humphreys, Miss James Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 49, Senate Bill 2315. I'd ask unanimous consent to change my vote from present to yes.
Is there objection? Change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to adjourn in memory today of Stan Pounds from Boonville, Mississippi. He worked with our local post office there, and he was definitely an instrumental part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right. I don't see any further announcements. Before I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion, just by way of planning, next week we will probably come in on Monday at probably 2, come in a little early. But on Tuesday, we will not convene until 3 o'clock to give all members that wish to attend the funeral services of former Speaker Pro Tem Clark. Those will be Tuesday. And so we will have a late convening on Tuesday by way of your planning. We actually won't come in until 3 o'clock that day. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
Move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.